All right, well, hello everybody, and welcome back to episode 2 of Attempt 29 of Vintage Story, Wilderness Survival Permadeath, with many mods and the caveat of oceanic exploration and survival, islands, continents, if you will. Now, I made a lot of progress. I skimmed through episode 1, getting a whole bunch of timestamps for various clips, and writing down some tips, both advanced and beginner. And I am going to be using this series as sort of a pilot to make a beginners and advanced tips video later on. So that is all to say, progress is going really great. We're 7 hours into the playthrough, our clay items are firing, our charcoal is producing, and now I really need to start thinking about the bees. So we're going to start thinking about it right away. For that, I need a lot of cattails, and we're going to have to do some clay forming on the bee stuff. Okay, so it really comes down to a lot of clay right now. Let's begin. Ceramic hives. So in the previous playthrough, I had 8 of these. 8 might do again. I could just do 16 and double it up. We'll see. 16 is a lot of work and a lot of clay and a lot of time, though. Either way, for now I have nothing to do until the charcoal and the clay forms are done. I do have a couple pieces of black coal, but I don't have the molds to pour the molten metal into yet, so we're still waiting for that. Okay. Let's get chat open. Hang on. How can I do like the double thing? Yeah, I can go that way and this way. All right, that's gonna speed up the process of finishing these. Yeah, it's gonna eliminate 2 walls very fast, and if I do that for all of them, we'll save ourselves a great deal of time. Yeah, these ceramic hives, they are a lot of work, but they're very convenient once you finally get them going. I thought about using a different bee mod. There's a bee mod called, like, what is it? I was taking a look at it today, but it requires linen cloth, which, like, that's very expensive in the early game, and I don't think I could do as robust of a setup. It's Oreki Wolf's Simple Beehives. Now, theoretically, there is always the option of me just using reed skeps in the beginning, right? But I don't want to be burning through clay doing that. Ironically enough, I probably use more clay in the long run building these hives, which is funny, right? But it's the fact that it's permanently sustainable that appeals me. Yeah, you're not dwindling a supply of anything. One thing that really tempted me to use Oreki Wolf's Simple Hives mod is they look like Langstroth hives. They look really nice, but there's actually also little bees that fly around. And if you put the bees near your crops, it actually helps your crops. It's crazy, but it's an amazing mod. Yeah, you actually have animated bees that fly from the hives and help your crops grow 20% faster, right? But, you know, I figured we'll keep it simple. Keep it simple. Maybe in the future I'll feel bold enough to try out that new mod, but for now, yeah, we'll just do what we know we're good at. Okay. Let's finish these ones. I want to try out that bird's eye mod that I installed. I might be able to use it to actually check on the clay burning pit and the charcoal pit. We're about to get hungry, but I can finish these before we eat. Okay, there's 8 of them. I think we're going for 16. Anyway, I can still see the light of the fire over there, so that's our indicator that it is not yet done. So, let's go ahead and make more of these. I'm gonna deposit the bear hides. Get them out of the way of the floor. And we are gonna go with like either 12 or 16 ceramic hives, probably 16, and I'll do 2 full harvests at a time, right? We'll just commit to that really high upfront cost and then go from there. Because honestly, I wasn't able to be as frivolous with my honey in the previous playthrough. If I do 16 hives, then I know that I can, like, while I'm cooking, I can easily grab a snack of honey and just eat it and not worry about it, right? Okay. Hello, Raincheck. Welcome, buddy. And hello, De Facto. It's good to see you again, man. Wonderful to see you. Oh. If I could live a life like Stardew Valley, would I? That depends. During my downtime, I would want good internet. Right? I can't speak for because I've lived more or less a Stardew Valley life before, but it was in a place where there was very bad internet, right? I couldn't have even live streamed there. I couldn't play games online. I couldn't live stream. It was a major sacrifice. But in general, I like the idea about having a house that's so far out in the wilderness that it's like, fuck the world, I'm out, you know? But while still having the capacity to be a part of the world in some degree with the internet. I like growing my own food. By the way, guys, I found an awesome grocery store hack that I'd like to share with you. It turns out that you get a lot more meat and food for the same price if you buy a whole chicken and butcher it yourself. It's way, way cheaper. Think about it, right? You buy an entire chicken and you get 2 breasts, 2 thighs, 2 drums, 2 wings. Like, the whole bird is yours, and you can even boil the carcass for stock, right? And just to put it into perspective, it could cost you 100 crowns to get a package of 2 thigh legs, or you could spend 100 crowns on an entire unprocessed chicken. Like, the whole thing, right? And 100 crowns is basically like $8, right? So it's $8 in Canadian. I don't know what it would be in American dollars, but imagine you could spend $8 on like 2 or 3 thigh legs, or you could spend $8 on an entire chicken, right? Isn't that crazy? Okay. We're gonna have to go, we have a lot of gathering to do, honestly. Like, getting the bees up and running is gonna take a lot of effort. We need to make skeps. We need to go place them by the hive so they start to fill. I also need to craft and fire all of these, which is going to require a startup cost of like peat, dry grass, sticks. We still have a lot of sticks, possibly even enough for the entire work order. We gathered like 2.5 massive stacks during the early game. The price is for the labor, yeah. The price is for the labor. The only affordable meat is pork. Yo, don't diss pork. I love pork. Yeah, it's like it's like the fatty meat, right? I really like meat that's marbled with fat. It makes me so happy, dude. Honestly, dude, I could live on pork and chicken for the rest of my life, which is good because I do live on pork and chicken for my entire life. Yeah, we rarely have the money for beef. Honestly, that's the catch with whole chickens, is that whenever you buy like one of those marked down cheap rotisserie chickens, they cooked it and they're selling it cooked because no one was buying the whole chickens, right? Like those are the actual whole chickens that the store tries to buy or tries to sell, but no one buys them because people want to buy the convenience of not processing the meat themselves. But they actually pay so much more just to get like the packaged thigh legs and the packaged breasts when they could just buy the whole chicken, butcher it themselves, and save so much money and get more meat for the same cost, right? Hello, Triro. Hello. It's good to see you. How are you doing today? All right, we have 16 ceramic hive tops. Now we need 16 honey pots. All right. That's 12. I need 4 more. Hey, Mr. Pickle. Welcome, welcome. Not too much is up, buddy. We're making our ceramic beehives. How are you doing? They do the same thing to most fowl like quail, huh? I honestly don't even know if you can hunt and check, but I'd imagine there are certain places and certain animals where you could, yeah. All right, well, we'll see you in a little bit, Pickle. Thank you for dropping by to say hello. We appreciated it, buddy. A live chicken is free if you can run fast enough. That's good. That is good. That's funny. Well, why can't you have chicken? Right? Yeah, I feel like pork and chicken is fine, right? Pork and chicken every day. Is there a setting to speed up the clay forming? There's a mod that lets you speed it up. So if you have the Napsters mod, Napster GUI, so you can go here and you can go to clay forming and you can do like voxels per click, right? So it'll fill more voxels every time you right click. Yeah, and it'll speed it faster for you. You can do that. Yeah, I feel like chicken and pork is fine. You know, it is what it is. I'm not picky. There's just so much you can do with it. Like if you want to make a little stir fry or something, you know, you throw some onions, peppers in a pan, maybe some garlic, and then you just put some fucking white meat chicken in there. Yeah, my deadline for having all the crops planted, all the bees producing, I pretty much made that deadline into July 1st, so hopefully we can do all that in the next 7 days. Yeah, Personal Shadow. There's a setting that Napsters adds, the Napsters mod, autocomplete. And if you open up that interface that I was showing you, you can change how many blocks get done per tick. It sure is a lot of work to make these ceramic hives, man. It's crazy. I kind of wish you could just make them all in one piece, but the honeypot has to be separate, right? What have I been up to? Not much, buddy. Not too much. Battling quiet desperation. Trying not to despair and lose hope about my life. You know what I mean? Trying to keep my chin up. Trying to believe in my future and whatnot. You know, same old, same old. How are you? How have you been? Triro, how have you been doing? All right, let's eat more. Have more porridge. All right, I'm gonna have to swap all of these ceramic hives and honeypots out with the blue ones in the creative menu. Just because the mod has like an antiquated clay system that no longer exists, right? It used to be that the type of clay you used determined the color of the resulting product. That's no longer the case. Ever since the beehive kiln came out, that's not the case anymore. So if I want to have a consistent color on my clay products, then I'm going to, like, if I want the colors of these ceramic hives to be the same as this dark brown storage vessel, I have to use the creative menu, right? Which is fine. It's not a big deal. Today's your first day at work, eh? Doing good? Hopefully you do well on your first day. You got the night shift, 11 to 7, so you're staying up. Okay, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. God, night shift is tough, buddy, but you know what? Having work is good. Having the freedom, the financial freedom, you know, to get the things that you want, save up, all that. All right, we're now doing the finishing touches on all of these. We're gonna have 16 hives and 16 honeypots ready for firing. We need to grab a bunch of flowers. We need to go to the existing bee area. I need to make 16 skeps and litter them around the hive. Now, in the past, we have had problems with this mod. Where the skeps just don't fill, like they just don't do it, right? They kind of stop after a point and they stop filling. If that happens, then on June 1st, we're just gonna creative mode in a bunch of populated skeps. Yeah, we just have to account for the bugs as they happen. But once we have the bees set up, there's no longer any issues. All right, I'm happy to say we now have 16 honeypots and 16 ceramic hives. So, I have enough clay for all of the reed skeps. We're gonna need cattails, and I need to gather a shitload of dry grass. Let's see here, 32 times 8. That's like 200, right? So I'm gonna need more sticks too. Actually, that's more than 200. 32 times 6 would be 198. It's kind of like 262. All right, so I'm gonna need like 100 more sticks. We're gonna need a shitload of dry grass. Huh, why isn't the bird's eye thing working? Bird's eye should be B, but it's not working. That's very weird. Oh, that's because B is set to my belt, so I just need a new key for that. Let's go like N. You guys see that? I can literally get like a massive bird's eye view of an area, and I can even like zoom out and zoom in. All right, I don't know where we should go to find a bunch of cattails, but this place looks as good as any for getting some sticks, so let's get started. Sticks and flowers, really. Gonna need a bunch of these. Yeah, I didn't collect any cattail stalks like rhizomes in this playthrough. So we're probably gonna have to do that now, even though it's gonna eat up a bunch of time. God, we have so much to do. And I wanna try to get it all done within 7 days. I don't know if I'll be able to, but we'll see. Might have a late flax season this year, boys. But we do have like 160 flax seeds. All right, we have enough flowers now. It really just comes down to getting enough cattails for the task. All right, and if we want cattails, we're gonna have to go where the cattails are, over here. All right, there's some. Not nearly enough for 16 skeps, but we can at least get started. Do I have a favorite function or aspect of the game? The crafting, yeah. I love Vintage Story because unlike other survival games, the focus is not on exploration. The focus is actually on homesteading. You spend most of your time at your base improving it, making it better. That's a sharp contrast to other survival games like Valheim or The Long Dark or any others, right? Where you spend most of your time away from home gathering resources and your base is kind of like an afterthought in the survival loop. In this game, your base is the main thing. It's where you spend most of your time. It's where you do most of your work. And I feel like that's what sets Vintage Story apart. We're gonna have to grab all these rhizomes. I gotta start a cattail farm. Doesn't have to be too big. And honestly, I like how hands-on the crafting is, right? A lot of survival games are very lazy in their crafting. You press something, you wait for a bar to fill up, and then you get the finished result. But with this, you actually have an intimate relationship with the stuff that you craft because you had to move the voxels yourself, right? You had to do everything to make that clay storage vessel. You had to do all the work to get like your smithed tool, right? You had to do everything yourself, and that just makes it feel more real. And I feel like a lot of people are probably worried about AI developing games. I'm excited for it because AI is going to make games like this, right? Where you actually have like interactive mini games with the crafting and it's not just waiting for a bar to fill up. Yeah, AI is going to develop some amazing games. It's going to put a lot of developers out of work, but I don't care about that. I play the games, right? I don't make them. That's somebody else's purview. All right, let's grab these mushrooms. I've heard AI music. If you guys have heard AI music, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. AI music is way better than any music people can make. It's scary and it sucks, but it is totally true. And the reason why is because the AI is pulling all of its like sounds and rhythms and voice pitches from existing music, right? It basically takes and combines all music into super music. And that's why it can't really be compared to by humans. Yeah, human artistry is a rapidly decaying thing. Is it dystopian? Sure. Is it gonna be better for the consumer? Maybe. It certainly won't be good. It certainly won't be better for the musician. But I don't know, I'm not a hypocrite. I'm just like all of you. I don't pay for music. I fucking download that shit for free. I listen to it on YouTube. Right? Fucking sitting here about starving artists, and I don't want to moral grandstand about AI because I've never supported my favorite artists. Ever. I've never given them my money. I've never bought their albums. I've always illegally pirated music, and I'm not about to be a hypocrite about it, right? It is what it is. All right, how many sticks? That's 65. We're kind of getting there. Kind of. All right, we're gonna have to walk the coast and look for a lot of cattails. I think there's actually a lot of cattails across the water here over where that trader is. Wait, trader's right here. Those might be cattails in the water over there. So maybe we sail over there and we gather a shitload of them, along with rhizomes. You're kind of preaching to the choir here, Stingy. Ugh. Yeah, I agree, Churro. It would be awesome to take it over. I was scared you were about to say you were going to eat them. No, buddy, no. Yeah, responsible rhizome usage up in here. Now, where's my raft? Let's get rid of that lone dwarf furzy flower. Here it is. All right, let's go. It's honestly kind of slow to use the raft, but it is what it is. Oh yeah, right. I could have taken a look over there. All right, this is taking a little too long. I'm gonna walk the raft to the closest point. Okay, grab those. It looks like our clay products are done. God, we have so much to do. God, I might even just walk over there, to be honest. Like, it's not that far, right? I feel like the raft is so slow, it's almost barely worth using when you can just walk. It travels as the crow flies, but it's a real slow fucking crow, you know what I mean? Okay, we have more cattails here and even more over there. We can totally load up on everything that we're gonna need for the bees and beyond. I know you can buff raft speed, but I already have the faster sailboats mod, so I feel like the natural progression is to have a vehicle that sucks until you earn the one that's really good, right? And for me, the sailboat one is the one that's really good. And now I know that I can build the boat pretty early. I pretty much just need to enter the Tin Bronze Age and get my first flax harvest. Although, I don't know, dividing my flax field between armor, windmills, and a sailboat might be asking too much of my first flax harvest. All right, we need a new knife. All right, well, hopefully you can get a good one, de facto, hopefully. It has been nice to see you again. Get some rest. All right, skep. So I need 16 cattails per skep. Which means if I need 16 skeps, that's 16 times 16, which is 256 cattails. Oh my god, that's 2 full stacks of cattails in my game. That's insane. I guess I kind of remember why I didn't like doing 16 ceramic hives. But we'll just, the only thing we can do is grind out the work that has to be done. I'm gonna grab probably 99 rhizomes, and then we're just gonna be gathering cattails for the rest. Oh, that's a non-question rain check. I'd rather a vintage. I'd rather play what I'd rather have the lifestyle that allows me to do that stuff in the comfort of my own home, playing a video game. Fuck real farming and fuck real hunting, bro. Like, no way. That's like work, man. You're asking me if I'd prefer labor or labor? No, no way. Because there's no autonomy with labor. There's a reason why. People will grind in a video game for no pay, but they hate going to work where they actually get paid. And the difference is autonomy, right? I choose to play the video game. We don't choose to go slave away at work, right? It's funny because we call work slavery even though they pay us and they give us lunch breaks and shit. And video games where we work really hard and we don't get paid, that's fun, right? It all comes down to autonomy, and I don't think I would ever choose to work, no matter the style of work. At least we have a shitload of the cattails here. We'll be able to get what we need, even though it's gonna take a while. Well, again, right? I'd rather... I don't know, man. I'd rather be able to play video games for money and then go to a grocery store. I wouldn't choose either of those lifestyles. Yeah. Like, if you see me hunting and gathering or farming, then it's because the grid collapsed and I have to. It'll never be something I want to do. You know what I mean? You're basically asking me to choose between sucking a guy's dick or getting fucked in the ass by a guy. I don't want either of them. And in my best life, I can avoid both, you know? All right, I'm happy to say we finally have enough rhizomes for a good cattail trail. I'll just bump it up over 100. We'll get like 102. That's divisible by 3, right? Let's get rid of that. I'm gonna want to grab up these mushrooms. Now it's gonna take less time because all we have to do is actually grab the cattails themselves, instead of getting the rhizomes underneath. We need 256 cattails, and that says nothing about the extra ones that I'm gonna want for crafting bandages once in a while, too. Let's grab up these cranberries right here. Eat them. It does create an interesting question, de facto. I'm inclined to agree with you. A world where we don't have to be slaves is certainly possible. But then the question becomes, why do they have private jets and I don't? Right? If there's no work that has to get done because AI is doing everything, then why is a millionaire and why am I eating insect paste in a tube? At that point, like, I remember back in the day, when Anonymous first came out, like the Guy Fawkes mask, I have a picture of that, right? My profile picture on YouTube is the Guy Fawkes mask, and I remember the reason why I resonated with it and still do is because primarily it was a movement of holding the rich accountable and recognizing the class disparity between people, right? It was a pretty big movement in the early 2010s. I've heard Asmongold talk about this extensively. Occupy Wall Street, right? That Occupy Wall Street movement was a shitload of people basically like, well, hang on now. Why is the government full of rich asshole fucks? And why are they colluding with corporations and Wall Street executives to make our lives worse? Why are they manipulating markets, increasing inflation, making everything bad, right? And incidentally enough, right after Occupy Wall Street started, that was when they started ramping up rhetoric about identity politics, about black people being oppressed, you know, about gay people being oppressed, about Islamophobia. Everything became about identities because they were trying to change the political landscape from being critical of the rich and the powerful to being superficial and only looking at somebody's race, skin color, or sexual orientation. Right? The whole vibe changed. And it does beg the question, when we no longer have to work, will that come back? Because there's gonna, like, nobody's gonna be working. AI is gonna be doing everything, right? So why are we gonna be living on $400 a month in universal basic income while somebody else also does nothing and they have mansions and private jets, right? So that leads me to believe they'll never actually let us be free from the slavery. They'll always find work for us to do, even if it's like mining cobalt off of an asteroid or something, you know? They're gonna make us farm the bugs that we eat. You will eat the bugs. What's really crazy is that humanity has the potential right now for a completely different world. We could do thorium nuclear reactors very easily. Yeah, thorium nuclear reactors, which have zero meltdown potential, are entirely possible, right? Well, they can melt down, but it would not have catastrophic consequences. It'd be completely different from the uranium reactors that we know today. So technically, unlimited clean, renewable energy is possible. That's what I'm trying to say. It is already possible, but they don't do it because energy that is like dangerous, unsafe, you know, you can create a lot of jobs around that. You can have regulatory committees. You can charge people more because of the risk involved. Like, we could have, like, for example, we could have thorium reactors perpetually powering organic agriculture skyscrapers that have hydroponic growth environments on each level of the skyscraper, which ceaselessly churn out food endlessly, right? Like endless food production for the neighboring populations. We could end world hunger in a heartbeat, and we could have unlimited sustainable electrical energy right now, but we don't. We don't, because if we create a world like that, then all of a sudden we don't need rich people anymore. We don't need governments and CEOs anymore. All we need is engineers, and all of a sudden the working class becomes the upper class. The people who know how to fix things become the gods. And the actual present, current gods among men right now, the CEOs don't want that, right? They want to be able to make billions while the engineer and the repairman make hundreds or thousands. And it's just funny to think about that, right? It's funny to think about how the guy in the chair who's not doing the work, who's not actually serving as the blood and the body of the company's success, is the one taking home the most money, and nothing ever goes anywhere. It's just so funny to think about. Oh, I like this. Man, thank you, De Facto. You put me on like this massive tangential train of thought that I am so happy I went on. That's why you need to not sleep. You need to neglect your sleep, and you need to hang out and stream as often as you can. It really brought back some of those anonymous Guy Fawkes mask feels, you know, the vibes of the past that I miss so much. Everything made sense back then, before everything became about fucking predatory trannies and Somalian fraudsters and election interference and illegal immigrants and, you know, like all this shit. Even the Epstein files were... Okay, well, there's a funny story about that. The Epstein files are just a distraction, but within the Epstein files, there's actually evidence that apparently Epstein had meetings with the creator of Reddit. You guys can check out Asmongold's most recent video. He actually has a video where he details all this. Essentially, Jeffrey Epstein had a meeting with the creator of Reddit. And a few days after that meeting took place, r/politically incorrect was created. And the goal was to create a counterculture against the Occupy Wall Street movement. It was exactly around that time that it happened. Yeah, so basically Epstein met up with the creator of Reddit, and they talked about, okay, how do we get attention away from Wall Street? How do we get attention away from the rich? How do we get attention away from the powerful? And that was the solution, r/politically incorrect, right? And they started making posts about racial identities and handouts for immigrants, and that shifted the perspective away from the rich, who were abusing and manipulating the world for their own gain, and into superficial things, right? So the Epstein files were nothing. It's for a lot of people, the Epstein files was just something else to think about besides rich people fucking the planet and fucking over them and like usurping governments for their own benefit, right? It was just another distraction, just like everything else, you know? But now there's actually content within the Epstein files that creates a causal link between the creation of identity politics and the suppression of thought toward the rich and the powerful manipulating things. A concerted effort to change the public perception because it was becoming dangerous for the powerful. That just blows my fucking mind, you know? Agreed, Truro. Yeah, nuclear is the safest power source, and you're 100% right, De Facto. People don't like, you know, we are very privileged to have what we have, but I have long been a believer in the fact that living standards today are a nightmare. When you think about it, our ancestors, one, their hard work mattered. Yes, you could die to an infection. Okay, let's just preface, I'm gonna preface all this by saying it's easier to stay alive today. And I'm also gonna explain how that's a little bit of a detriment later, but our ancestors, there was value to their work. They were respected in their communities. They didn't have much competition in their field. You filled a niche, you occupied it, you were valued for it, your work had value, you brought a lot of pay home, and a day's honest work provided a lifetime's honest opportunity, right? And now you can bust your ass off and come out of it with nothing. You can't own a home, you can barely afford a car, unless you're the guy who literally owns the business, right? Otherwise, you're a slaving peon with nothing. And that's the world that we currently now know. And like, we do have medical advances, but we also have more health problems than we've ever had. In essence, we're suffering from success. We have anxiety, we have depression, we have hyperpalatable addictive processed foods that deteriorate our neurology, right? We have the ultra processed foods causing chronic diseases and mental illnesses. We have all these issues. And one could argue that our ancestors, for thought of these benefits and privileges that they had it better, right? Of course, they fought and died in wars, but now everybody has their own private war in their own fucking mind. A war of sanity. A war of falling apart at the seams because the world seems to be conspiring against our every effort to succeed and build a good life for ourselves, right? Now, they torture us deliberately and tie us down psychologically so that we won't start wars, so that we won't rise up, so that we won't oppose the status quo because we simply don't have the energy required to do so anymore, right? And it fascinates me to think about this, how it may actually be true that the average young man alive today has a more grim fate than men who were alive 100 years ago. Yes, they had to fight and die in world wars. They were also regarded as heroes. What the hell are we regarded as, right? By the people who had to fight, well, funnily enough, we're not regarded as anything. We're regarded as afterthoughts in the economic machine, in a world where nothing important seems to happen that we can actually intervene in and fix. We have no purpose, no cause. We can't fight, and it's like Fight Club, right? We have no great war to die in. We have no cause to fight for. We're just surviving without a purpose. Lost children of history, right? It's crazy to think about, man. It really is. Anyway, I have 300 cattails. I am fucking done gathering cattails. Believe you me, we're going home. I have 102 cattail rhizomes that we can plant. And with the cattails we have, I'll be able to make all the skeps we need for the bees. I also have the flowers on me already that we need for the bees. I'm eating my last serving of food. We're gonna go to where the bees are and we're gonna try to set things up. I'm hoping I can find more berries or any other food on the way. I do have the mushrooms though, in case I need something to eat. And we may end up finding more berries in transit. I mean, I see some right here. I think we all struggle to some capacity with those thoughts, Rain Check, and I respect the transparency of admitting it. Yeah, we all battle this quiet desperation, and we all feel like our lives have no meaning. And I don't want to take it away from you, buddy. I don't want to take it away from you by saying this, but I think that we can all relate to you in a way, and we could all be fast friends if we bond on that common thread, where we battle that quiet desperation. I often think about, should I have even been born, right? Even now, even with my wife, even with my life, even with my job, even with the purpose I scrounged from the ashes of a forsaken life, I still find myself wondering, has it all been worth it? Or would I actually choose to hit the undo button on my life if given the option to, and choose not to be born? But that part of me who wonders that is also at conflict with the Lord's expectations of me. I need to recognize the value to life. I need to appreciate the life I have, right? I need to appreciate it. I need to respect it. I need to make the most of it. I need to try to make the world a better place, thereby making myself more worthy to live in it. Oh yeah, I was gonna explain before why it's actually worse that more people are surviving. Right? Medical advances, keeping people alive. When you think about natural selection, it was the selection of the best, typically. There were exceptions, of course. Sometimes people died who didn't deserve it to circumstances that they couldn't have prevented, but by and large, natural selection was a mechanism through which, like, humanity kept the best of itself alive and the worst of itself would perish. Now we have a world where natural selection can't do its thing, and where a lot of people who are detrimental are kept alive artificially on the life support of pharmaceutical intervention, right? So it's created this weird sort of like the stupid people can survive as long as they want, right? Which proof is in the pudding. I don't need to explain why that's bad. We can see it now. There's a lot of people in the world who engage in logical fallacies like first order bias, you know, like, ooh, guns are bad. Guns kill people, so we have to ban guns. Okay. But then, you know, that's the problem with first order bias. This is the real sign of stupidity, and I want to explain this to you guys. First order bias is a psychological fallacy where you only look at the first thing and you don't look at the other resulting steps from the first thing. So if someone says guns kill people, therefore we need to ban guns, that's first order bias, right? And that is a sign of actual stupidity. That's a low IQ thing. I want you to look for this in your future conversations with people and in the future content that you consume, okay? Whether you're on the left or the right, I want you to look at this. If somebody argues for gun control because guns kill people, they're not factoring the second or third order effects of banning guns. If you ban guns, you're only taking them away from law-abiding people. You're not taking guns away from criminals who will find them in the underworld anyway, right? So essentially what you've done is you've given power to the criminals and taken power away from the citizens who could have otherwise defended themselves. You're giving power to the school shooter who's going to illegally acquire that firearm, use it on students, and have no one armed who can stop them, right? And that is first order bias. And you see this all the time today because all the stupid people are kept on life support by a pharmaceutical industry that keeps them alive for perpetual profit, right? It's really messed up. It's really messed up when you think about it. I might need to get some actual dirt for this. I think I might be able to reach that from here. I just need to extend the ground right here. Yeah, the biggest lie that we've ever been told in society, at least one of the biggest, is that everybody has a right to survive. In the past, whether or not you had a right to survive was determined by whether or not you did survive against the many rigors associated with being alive, right? Whether or not you had the focus required to not cut yourself on rust, whether or not you had the focus required to respect wild animals, stay out of their territory, and not go too far, right? It all came down to competence in the end, and I think that by and large what the pharmaceutical industry has contributed to is the widespread death of competence and the enabling of people who by rights should not even still be in the world, which sounds pretty bad. I recognize how Hitler adjacent this sounds, and I'm not trying to, you know what, I guess to some extent I can't really take it away from the casual observer. I am being a pretty big douche. I'm being a pretty big douche, but it's because I do believe in natural selection, and I do believe that not all people on this planet belong on it. You know what I mean? Shouldn't we all de facto? Shouldn't we all just die? Think about it. All I do to be productive in the world is play video games. When I was a kid, I was drugged with Ritalin. I had anger problems. I never got my life together, not once. And I keep myself alive on the life support of intermittent fasting, attempts, which often fail at low carb, and cold showers. I need these things in order to stay mentally well, right? And me going back to cigarettes is a stone's throw away at all times. People can make a case for how I am one of the people who would not have survived. Honestly, disabled people would not have survived. If they did, they would have had to be kept alive on life support by the charity of others. I would not have survived. That's fine. There's nothing shameful about admitting it. It's just an objective observation of reality, right? I do agree that we can't just kill people. I do agree. I'm not for eugenics. but I am for natural selection, and I wish we never did away with it. All right, let's lay out the flowers that we gathered. Okay, we're trying to make a little platform for the bees to spread. The sad truth is that most of us, look, I'm not about to sit here and lie to you guys. Most of us here are people that natural selection would have selected. It hurts, and it sucks to admit. I admit it for myself, so I expect you guys to have the guts to admit it for yourselves too. We're alive by the graces of modern technological advances, and that's it. The only thing keeping us alive are things that are, you know, relatively new inventions, which if we were alive 60 years ago, we would not have had and therefore would not have been able to survive. It's crazy to think about, but it is totally true, resoundingly true, and I think that a big part of you guys knows that too. It's just the kind of thoughts that we push down. Right? It's the kind of thing that we try not to think about because it kind of hurts to think about it. Anyway, let's start crafting some skeps. Now we need 8 more. Let's move this dirt out of the way. I'm gonna try to put the bees more like over there, closer to the hive, along with a little surrounding of flowers. All right. Welcome, Cameron. Welcome, buddy. Air conditioning and heating, too. Natural selection is eugenics, I suppose, but then it's nature's design that we have some form of selection process, right? That's the tricky rub. There is definitely like a component of nature wants this. You know what I mean? Like it's meant to be type thing. Holy shit. That's crazy. I'm gonna put this one over here. All right. So we now have 16 skeps laid out and ready. Let's grab that chest, strap it to our back. Hang on, I'm hungry. Let's grab those mushrooms and eat some. And let's get out of here. We finally have the bees all set up. The really annoying part is going to be transporting 16 populated reed skeps over to our base, but that's under the assumption that they're going to fill up properly anyway. A lot of the times the Broken Combs mod causes bugs that don't actually allow for your skeps to fill up. All right, we're a long way from home, so we're just going to have to travel. Keep going. How would I suggest bringing back? Well, we can't bring it back. It's Pandora's box, right? It's gone. For better or worse, it's gone. And right now, we're living with the consequences because there's so many people alive today who engage in first order bias, and they are so easy for the political ruling class to manipulate into parroting the party line, right? These are the people saying that you can't be an illegal immigrant on stolen land, right? These are the people saying we need to ban guns because guns kill people. These are the people calling ICE agents Gestapo, right? Like, it's dangerous out here now, and we have to live with it. Like, that's what's really crazy about it. What has been done cannot be undone. Oh, brown coal bits. I'll just take that. Oh, Cameron, I had to place the beehives that far from my base. That's a wild beehive. Yeah, that's a wild beehive back there. So what I need to do is I need to place empty beehives next to it so that it can populate them. And then I take those populated beehives home. I can't move that wild one, right? All right, it's late afternoon on the 4th of June. We are considerably behind on various things. Let's get more sticks. A heavy temporal storm is approaching. That is going to slow our roll a little bit. I'm kind of hoping that I can at least get the clay, like the ceramic bee stuff, firing before that starts. I don't know if we have enough sticks, but I definitely have to get more dry grass, so we're going to get started on that now. I will need more flint, however. More knives for the grass. We have 32 slots that we have to do, which is going to require 320 dry grass. This is going to take a hot minute. May as well make the other knife now. I'm going to need 2 more. Yeah, I agree, Triro. I agree. Oh, personal shadow. I haven't done my first metalworking tasks yet. Yeah, we haven't even made our first copper tools yet. That's the holdup. We can make our first copper tools right now, but I had to set up the bees and stuff. And I should think about planting my farm, but that's gonna require a bucket. So it looks like the next step, while we wait for those skeps to fill up, is doing our metal runs and trying to get cassiterite. We need tin bronze. I always skip the copper age and I go straight to tin bronze. We're gonna have to do that. But with the better prospecting mod, we have a decent chance of finding cassiterite easier than normal, easier than vanilla, certainly. We're gonna break both of these knives, and then we're gonna take a look at how much dry grass we have. I need 320 minimum. I'm pretty sure I already have enough sticks, and gathering enough peat is an easy task. Easy enough. I'm so glad I haven't been holding left click this whole time, man. Yeah, I basically, there's a trick where if you hold left click and you pause the game and then you let go of left click, then you don't have to, you let go of left click and then unpause the game and then it keeps it held for you. You don't have to keep it held, right? All right, we don't have enough, but we are close. Making those 2 knives in a row and using them was helpful. Let's grab these red currants, eat a little bit, grab another flint wherever we find it. Got it. Make another knife. Yeah, at least this game doesn't require too much grinding. Can you imagine if I put a fraction of the time that I put into this game into like a minimum wage job? I'd be a millionaire by now. But I wouldn't enjoy that minimum wage job. It really all comes down to autonomy. Work that we choose to do isn't soul-sucking. Uh, 128 times 2, 256, which means I need like 40-something dry grass. We'll just get that stack filled up to 60 so I have enough to replace my chest armor later. Okay, we're done. We can now fire all those clay products. Oh man, we spent like a day and a half trying to prep the bee shit. But we have those, we have the reed skeps filling. We have all of our ceramic hives and honeypots formed. We just have to fire them. Like I said, I'm gonna try to have them going before the storm hits, right? All right. Well, there goes these torches. I have been gone for like 2 days. All right, here we go. We gotta set things up. Hang on. Yeah, I'm gonna put this... Shit. Hang on. Drop that. Put this cooking pot in here. That. Grab this. We got a new cooking pot full of food. I'll plant these trees soon, but not yet. We're still doing all right on grub. Close that. And let's fill this chest. Strap it to our back. And I have to grab all the stuff over here. For now, I'm gonna store these cattail roots right there until I find time to plant them. Same with the clay. Deposit the dirt. Eat the cranberries. Let's go empty everything out of there. I honestly don't think I'm gonna be able to get that all set up in time, but it's okay. Even if we got the ceramic hives done, we'd have to wait for the reed skeps to fill anyway. And that's gonna take a while. At least, like, until July 1st, right? All right, we have a glitched out one. For some reason, it did not progress, even though we know we lit them all. So I'm just gonna break that open, delete the fuel, and give myself a finished version of whatever's in there. All right, it's gonna take 2 trips. Hang on. I'm forgetting something here. Let's put the chest on the ground. Swap these. Okay. Yeah, it was 2 ingot molds, so we'll get rid of those. Let's get rid of the sticks, get rid of the dry grass, get rid of the peat. And then get rid of these. And then slash GMC. Ingot mold. 2 of them, got it. Oh, slash GMS. Get rid of that. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. At the very least, this does mean that I'll be able to make my copper tools while that Temporal Storm is progressing. At the very least, I can do that. You can camp above them, but then Bowthorns can still shoot you, right? All right, really don't have that much storage space left. Let's put these down right here, I guess. Oh my god, you know what? Hang on. No, I have a reed chest. Yes, I have reed chests right here. God damn it. Okay. I can at least get this stuff delivered over there, maybe. You know, clear the floor. All right. Yeah, we'll set up what we can, and then we'll do our forging during the storm. Make our pickaxe and hammer. It looks like, it honestly seems excessive that you can't just do the honeypots like 4 per tile, right? They're pretty much the same size as a cooking pot, so it does seem kind of weird that you can't like fill them all into one. Anyway, we got a lot of these set up with the sticks and the dry grass. We're gonna need more peat later. Let's strap that to our back and let's head back home in preparation for the storm that's coming. We have to go so hard to get shit done now. Like, so hard. I have to really race to get Cassiterite. seal that up, do a spawn check. I mean, we seem fine. Yeah, nothing can spawn in here. All right, we're good. Now, let's lay out the crucible right there. All right. Store those in here. I need to eat. All right. $200 units of copper is all I can do right now. We're gonna preheat with peat. And then I think I'll be able to finish what's in there with just one coal. And let's make another batch of porridge here. May as well stay ahead of it, right? We have a lot of work to do soon. All right, put that brown coal in there. Melting temperature, 1084. So I need a pickaxe and a hammer. I don't know if that one coal is gonna be enough, but it might be. It totally might be. It's starting to melt down now. Oh yeah, it's totally gonna be enough. Yeah, it'll preserve the temperature. There's gotta be like 15 more seconds of fuel in there, probably. Yeah, that's most likely gonna finish. I still need tongs. I do have rope, and I have sticks. Okay, we made the tongs. May as well make a tool rack, because we are kind of getting there now. Okay. Now I can make some more porridge. That's melted. We did it with one piece of coal and we didn't even produce the coal. Yeah, it was brown coal that we picked up off the ground. Okay, pickaxe and hammer coming in hot. I think I'll move that over here. Yeah. All right, we have those. I am gonna need more peat. I'll bring more sticks and dry grass. I might need more sticks, actually. Maybe. We have most of those filled. I have 8 more items here. 8 times 8 is 64. I need 64 sticks. So we are close. We're close enough. Yeah, how we doing, Grubby? Are we doing good? Yeah, we're making our tools, man. Making them tools. Alright. We now have a lot of extra porridge. Alright, I need to make a new shovel. You can do more fulfilling foods, yeah. I'm just eating what I have access to right now. I eventually will be eating pies and stuff. But this is a survival game, and in the beginning of the game, you have to survive having, like, shitty food, right? Make another spear. Alright, we are gonna have to go mining as soon as we can. We have several copper veins that we've located. None of them particularly close, but... that's black coal. Blue clay. I can take the raft over there to get to the copper. There's 3 copper veins right there. It's gonna set us up, right? And then with that, we can make our prospecting pick. We'll grab some of that black coal on the way, most likely. We already have a full suit of armor, so we're covered on that front. We'll get a bunch of copper, a lot of copper. Like a shitload of copper, and then we are going to... We'll get this stuff firing first, and then we're going to seek out cassiterite. It looks like the storm is finally over. That doesn't necessarily mean it's safe for me to leave the house yet, but... Okay. That's still soft copper. Holy shit. We are gonna need some more sticks. We're getting chased by dangerous shit, though. I can get the sticks over there. hop from one peninsula to the other. Here's our raft. We're gonna have to move it over there and sail that way. Okay. God, this is a massive order. Okay, I need 16 more sticks. But I need a little bit extra for making more tools. So we'll grab 26. All right, that's enough sticks for now. Let's head back. Now we need to gather enough peat and get all this lit. Get it all producing. Oh my god. Yeah, we gotta rain-proof these. Make sure rain doesn't put them out. Okay. Okay, now we gotta do the peat. So, 4, 8, 12, 16, 32. 12, 24, 36. So 32 plus 46. Let's just get 2 stacks of peat. Let's put this on my back. My first mining trips will be kind of dangerous. Like, while we're seeking out cassiterite, I won't have a bucket, right? Not unless I make a copper saw and a copper anvil, which I don't want to do, so. All right, that's enough. We got enough peat soil. Let's go lay out all these, get them all lit, get them all going. Tell you one thing, we're never, ever gonna have a honey or wax shortage. Honestly, 8 hives was enough. We have 16 right now, so this is gonna be, you know, a rather substantial amount of plentiful honey. I decided to do a double batch because we're so behind. It took 7 days just to find a wild hive, and that set us back several days, right? So I'm gonna make sure that we double up our production of honey. Instead of doing 8 hives, we're doing 16. This is going to take a hot minute, though, to get all this lit. And then we're going to make sure our inventory is well sorted, and we're going to go mining for a shitload of copper. Once we have the copper settled, all of those surface veins cleaned, that's when we're going to head to find cassiterite. Okay, we are safe from fire spreading here. I should be able to get an entire ceramic vessel full of honeycombs before winter. Easily with this many. 32 honeycombs per stack, 12 stacks. Just about 400 honeycombs. Anyway, all of those are lit. We didn't miss a single one. And I'm gonna go ahead and grab this charcoal while we're here. Actually, I can't. Not without flint, not without making another shovel. And honestly, I don't know that one shovel would be enough to gather all of that. We do have a lot of charcoal here. It's gonna last a good long time. Make sure I can see what I'm doing. All right. I don't think rain can adversely affect charcoal. But I still kind of want to harvest it all anyway. For that, I need a new shovel, though. Here we go. Okay. Holy shit. Well, of course, now there has to be a portal right here. Here, do me a favor, would you? Crawl over this. Idjit. There's a mod that makes it so you can break the charcoal faster. I've been really tempted to install it, but I still haven't given in. Well, I mean, now you're fucked. Now you have to die a fiery death. Why'd you do that? Why would you bother? You should have known. Okay. We have 143 charcoal. It's honestly not bad for our first batch. Gonna last a good long time. Let's get out of here. So we have the reed skeps are currently filling up with the wild bees. We have our ceramic hives firing and the honeypots, 16 of each. It was a massive workload. It's all getting done. We have our pickaxe and hammer done. We're gonna go to all the copper veins that we found previously and we're gonna try to clean them out. I don't know if one pickaxe is gonna be enough for all that, but we'll certainly see. And I'm just gonna grab all of the torches out of here because they are gonna burn out eventually. May as well. Deposit all the peat. And the flint as well. We need more dirt. Okay. Let's grab... How long will that last? 3 days? Okay, fair enough. We can probably eat all this by the time it goes bad. Let's deposit the charcoal in here, the turnip seeds, get rid of the woad. All right, we got one hell of a journey of copper acquisition ahead of us. Let's grab these. All right. And the box on our back is empty. I'm gonna put one more reed chest on the raft just in case. I highly doubt we're gonna need it, but we may as well have it. I need to go grab the raft though. Okay. And away we go. We have our copper pickaxe. I have to sail there where the black coal is. We're gonna dock there and then I can run inland to the others. This, I'm probably not sailing to. We're gonna walk that trip over there. There's 2 copper veins here, right? We're gonna visit both. Yeah, we're currently heading toward that peninsula over there. I gotta admit, I like this mod. It makes for more scenic travel. You have a better idea of just how far you still have to go. I wish you could put a tiny little sail on the raft, right? Just to make it like twice as fast or something. Like in Stranded Deep, right? You can have a tiny little raft with like a little sail on it. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, we have an entire day of mining ahead of us. An entire day. Oh god, that zooms out so far. Holy shit. That's crazy. All right. All right. There should apparently be black coal here, but I don't know if we're actually gonna find it. I don't want to look too long for coal when I already have charcoal, right? So... yeah, I think I'm just gonna get out of here. It's a waste of pickaxe durability. Wait, let's go down to this one and see if we can find anything. Yeah, there's black coal right there. Okay, we can at least get this. That actually requires a tier 3 pickaxe to break, so I can't get that. Alright, fair enough. Let's get moving. We pretty much just have to keep running this way for a little bit until we get to the woods straight ahead. Inside those woods, we'll be able to get what we need. Oh my god. Hang on. That is so zoomed out, dude. Holy shit. It's going into like the stratosphere. Okay, let's, yeah. All right. Let's eat. Alright, I see a wolf up ahead. I will try to get some hunting done while we're out. We already have enough pelts, so it's really just about getting more fat at this point. Got it. Nice, too fat. I shouldn't be wasting my pickaxe durability on that, actually. We only have 285, so I've never seen Devil's Tooth mushrooms. That's cool looking. All right. Seal ourselves in here. Shit. All right. Well, there's the copper. Alright. Don't really know if there's anything else here. I'll break a couple of rocks just to look behind them. Doesn't look like it. Okay. So this one is done. I need a new shovel. I'll just make a granite shovel. I won't bother looking for flint. It seems pointless. Where's a stick? And honestly, if we're traipsing through the woods, I may as well pick up some loose sticks. Okay. Poor quality copper right here. So with all this copper, I'll be able to make spare pickaxes, I'll be able to make a prospecting pick, and we can do all that without an anvil. So I'm going to be using those other tools I'll be able to make to locate cassiterite, and we will skip the Copper Age and go straight to the Tin Bronze Age. Okay. Not bad. This one is now depleted. Now we go northwest to the other one. I would take the resin, but I already have 64, and I really don't think I'm gonna need more. Like, I might get started on a stack number 2, but it seems unlikely I'll need it. Oh wow, that's like right at the surface. Oh, what does the cogwheel do? The cogwheel is basically like a sanity meter. Certain places in the world, that cog will spin to the left or spin to the right. If it spins to the left, that means that the meter is draining. Your sanity's getting worse. If it spins to the right, that means that your sanity's getting better. Certain places in the world have, like, you know, some spin left, some spin right type thing. And a lot of the time, when you go deep underground, you end up in a place where your sanity gets worse. All right, this one is empty. It was kind of small, but we still got some. All right. If your sanity gets too low, not only will you start to lose health, but you'll actually enter the alternate dimension that can kill you. There's like a rusty gear dimension that you enter. Grab some berries. Oh, wow. I was expecting him to start running away after he took enough damage. I guess this is one of the brave ones. Anyway, we can heal up. Alright, let's keep moving. Holy shit! Got it. Scared the shit out of me, buddy. Nice, got an animal fat. All right. Now, let's keep moving. pretty much just have to keep on running west for a little bit until we get to the area of the next copper mine, but on the way I will collect some sticks and resin as I see them. I do want to be fast, we're behind schedule. I gotta go around this mountain. I guess I could try to go over it, but that's a little risky. Yeah, fuck this. Okay. Let's keep moving. God, this is such a densely wooded forest. It's annoying to traverse. God, I'm not even close. The two copper veins we have to get to are over there. I'm getting really tired of this wooded area though, man. Like, it's just constant bushes everywhere. It looks like we finally have a clear area right here. I'm just gonna swim across this water. I am not gonna run around. Yeah, much easier that way. We are going to get a lot of copper from this trip. Then we have to convert our focus to cassiterite locating. I will have to, unfortunately, find our first cassiterite vein without the help of a bucket, like a water bucket, which will make it considerably more dangerous to do. I'm not looking forward to it. I hate going underground without a water bucket elevator. It's so dangerous. But it's what you do when you want to skip the copper age. And I haven't had to pay the piper for that yet. Shit, this is a long swim. Steep drop. Okay. Theoretically, I can have a water elevator. If I build my mine down to cassiterite in an existing lake. It depends on where I get a reading. Like, it can be a pond, it can be a lake, right? If I get a good reading for cassiterite, then I can dig straight down in a body of water near that good reading. Anyway, we're coming up on our second to last copper mine now. It doesn't look like it, but that's actually a pretty long fucking swim. Okay, this is the second to last vein. We have plenty of pickaxe durability left, and I think the final vein that we go to is probably going to be the biggest one. All right, here we are. Medium quality copper is better than poor quality. Big vein. There's more down there. We're gonna get it. I don't think there's any more than this right here, though. Like, I don't think there's another elevation to this. Nothing there. Okay, I think this vein is finally tapped out. Let's get out of here. One final vein to go to, and then we have a long journey home. A journey which will likely be we'll have to do in the dark. I could try to swim it, but that is a long-ass swim, buddy. Not exactly feeling that. This is where we stole those 2 cooking pots earlier. You got a fat for me, buddy? Nope. We certainly have more than enough food. I still have another entire cooking pot with 6 servings of porridge in it. Okay, we're on the final island destination for the final copper vein that we'd located during the early game scramble. Oh. Huh. I guess there's actually 2 copper veins here. That's sick. Okay. Then we'll search this one first. Yeah, I just found another one on the way to the first. There's 2 different elevations here. Alright. Fair enough. Which makes for very convenient to harvest vein where there's less stone to destroy. More direct copper to break. We have gotten a whole lot of copper today. It's been worth it. We visited so many veins. We still have one more after this. This isn't even the final vein. It should be enough, I think, for at least 20 ingots of tin bronze once we've located the cassiterite. Every 5 bronze ingots is 92 copper required. Beautiful. Okay, let's head back up. I wasn't expecting to find another bonus vein. That was fortunate. Okay, right down here. And most of the copper that we found was medium quality, not poor quality. It'll be a good yield. Pretty good harvest. There's more up there. I think that might be it for this final vein. It was kind of small, but we still got more. Okay. Let's go. Holy shit. Okay. Oh. The limestone is down there. Theoretically, I could just swim all the way home. It's going to be a dark swim, but I could do it. Let's get rid of that waypoint. We no longer require it. I figure since it's so dark and since monsters are prevalent in places, it might just be safer to swim home. If we try to walk through like a forest, for example, and a bear chases us in the dark, like that could be a death sentence, right? Okay, so begins the long swim home, I guess. There is limestone down there, and theoretically I could take a little pit stop to gather some limestone. And then it would be kind of a straight horizontal shot for me to get home. Maybe we'll consider doing that. But I only really have 81 durability left on the pickaxe. Yeah, we're not gonna bother. We're just gonna say it like, go home. We're gonna swim home. It'll take a long time. And by the end of it, we're going to be wishing desperately that there was an auto walk feature. I might be able to make an auto walk. Walk forward. Yeah, it doesn't work for movement. Okay, fair enough. I wish it did, but it doesn't. This is gonna be a stupidly long swim. Maybe I'll just swim to this right here. Our raft is right there. The reason why I'll go to this peninsula instead of that one is because there's a big-ass forest here, and traveling through that in the dark would be pretty dangerous, but it is possible that if I swim there, it'll be dawn anyway. God, this is so slow. Swimming is actually faster though if you're looking the right direction. If you're looking too high up, you'll actually swim slower than if you're looking straight ahead. You have more forward glide, more forward momentum, it looks like, when you're looking at the right altitude. Not much more, but more nonetheless. Anyway, once we reach that peninsula, we're gonna have sufficient daylight to run the rest of it despite the existence of the forest in the way. We'll take all of this copper home, we'll have a shitload of it, and at that point we have to make a prospector's pick and a new pickaxe, and then we have to endeavor to find cassiterite, which won't take long. But we need enough cassiterite for the anvil. Yeah, we need enough cassiterite for an anvil and 20 ingots. Well, a bunch of tools, 20 ingots, you know. My first time making cassiterite, like tin bronze in the previous playthrough, we made 3,500 units. That was enough for like the anvil, several tool molds, 20 ingot molds. We made a shitload of stuff. I'll be aiming for something as good this time around too. Enter the mid-game with a vengeance. Hopefully, I can have at least 2 days. I'm hoping to have all of our cassiterite by day 8, so that I have a good couple of days to set up the farms, the beehives, you know, all that. God, this sucks. It'll be nice when we finally get to shore and we can start running. Even if it is running through, like, trees that get in the way. I'd rather zigzag through trees than just walk in a straight line in water really slowly, right? Let's be grateful that there's no sea monsters or sharks or anything. That's a massive fucking tree right there. Don't often see one like that. I might actually mark that as Giga Tree or something, I don't know. It's a lot of fucking wood. Oh. Okay. Well, we made it to land. That is a massive fucking tree. It's all oak, too. Okay, what the fuck? I accidentally pressed N. Okay, it activated Bird's Eye. Giga Oak. I don't really see a tree icon, so I'll just mark it with a star. Oh, wait, there's a tree. All right, I have marked Giga Oak for later. Finally going home. Ugh. What a trip. It's honestly kind of amazing how many... I don't think I've ever found this many early game surface copper nodes before. This is the first time I've ever found, like, this many in the early game. We found, like, 6. Yeah, literally 6 of them. Mined them all. Look at that. Couple of resin on that tree. We hug the coastline and we'll get home. We'll make it to our raft, and then it's a straight shot, however tedious it is to sail. I'm excited to finally enter the Tin Bronze Age and get started on the rest of the game. I gotta get my flax planted. Shit like that. Gotta get the goats growing up so they can start producing milk. I have 1 female and 1 male Valais goat. 1 of each. The female doesn't need to be Generation 1. I learned that in the last series. We can make do with a Generation 0, like a wild one, and it'll work just fine. Because you just really don't need that much milk to get your dairy score maxed out. You need like 2 buckets and you can milk a Generation 0 goat, it just takes longer. And not that much longer either. You literally just have to stand there and hold right click until it works. The cooldown, if you fail, is like a second. Maybe 2 seconds. It's nothing. medium fertility soil is here. I'm gonna mark this red clay right here. Should I grab some medium fertility soil while we're here? I do need some, but I'm gonna head home. Yeah. Our inventory is just already pretty full, and I need, I think, 6 stacks. Oh wow, there's more copper right here. God damn. We're gonna grab all that. Seven surface copper veins. Crazy. Absolute insanity to find all this. A very sizable vein, too. Even if my pickaxe broke before I reached all of this, I could still grab it. You just have to put other blocks in there. If I place a bunch of dirt blocks in here, then it'll push the copper out toward me. Well, it'll push it out somewhere, but I can guide it toward me by just filling this with dirt blocks, you know? Okay. That down. Let's see here. I will need that for the raft. I'll also take the axe back out. And then that here, low fertility soil, claystone, resin. All right, looks like that's pretty much it, but it was a sizable, oh, what's this? I have 27 durability left on the copper pick. It looks like that's it. Time to go. That is wonderful, man. We found another entire vein. All right. No fucking way. Oh, that's lead. Okay. I was like, no way is there another surface copper vein. That is a shitload of medium fertility soil. Theoretically, I could grab all that, but I would have to deposit a bunch of stuff on the raft's storage box. All right. Put the ore on there. And now I should be able to get the 6 stacks that I need. 6 stacks of medium fertility soil, right? All things considered, that is a lot of copper. Hang on. I might need that granite to make more shovels to get this done. Strap that to my back. Let's return. Yeah, we're trying to get a shitload done. The next, like, 2 or 3 in-game days. Oh, I can't slow down. I still have so much more to do. I have to build the farm. I have to get cassiterite, make tin bronze. You know, like, get the bucket for all that. We have to build our bees, which is going to involve multiple trips. I don't get it. Why isn't it? Oh, okay, left click. Right. So every shovel allows for a stack, which means I'm gonna need like 6 shovels. We were gonna have to do this work anyway. I figure we may as well do it now. I have extra food still. Final shovel to be crafted. There we go. Let's eat. We're gonna top up our belly with the blueberries, make sure our hunger stays gone for a good long time. Basically, around the time all 6 of these shovels are gone, that's when we're going to be close to having the task completed. That's one already. Right, I don't even have to hold left click. I'll do my quern trick for this so that it holds left click for me, and all I have to do is aim the mouse. Yeah, we're getting there. Every shovel gets converted to a stack of medium fertility soil. We need 6 stacks. Okay. There is going to be a deficit because every shovel had 60 durability and we need 64 dirt per stack, but we'll just make one more shovel, fill in the gap. Okay, let's make that shovel right now. Out of flint. $62, $64. Okay, we're good. I now have the 6 stacks of medium fertility soil required for our entire garden. That'll save us a trip later. Let's head back to base. Take all that copper back there, and then we need to really try to find some cassiterite fast. All right. Grab that. All aboard. Let's go. Our home is right over there. Let's get there. I might be able to get a lot of fire clay in here too. There's an even bigger fire clay area right here where I might be able to, well, it's a bauxite area. I might be able to get fire clay in this area, right? That would be very useful. We will be investigating that later. Certainly. Yeah, with the amount of flowers that we laid out by the bees, there were 16 skeps. And every time that the bees, I'd imagine July, they will be done by July 1st. So we'll try to get everything prepared. Now, it might not actually indicate that they're done. There is a glitch associated with the From Golden Combs mod, which we're using for the ceramic stuff. It also changes bee behavior, and not for the better. There's often glitches with bees spreading between reed skeps. So the way we're probably going to do it is once we have our tables chiseled, we're just going to make sure we have enough populated skeps, because we should by that point. If that means creative moding some of them in, then so be it. Okay, home is right around the corner. It's been a very long trip, spanning a couple of days, maybe like a day and a half, but we're finally home. With a vast wellspring of available copper to take advantage of. Okay. That's all the medium fertility soil deposited. I'm gonna want to plant these. Put the stones in there. Okay. Grab the hammer, crack these open. Yeah, we have enough copper for well over 3,500 units of tin bronze. We'll get there. Okay. Deposit the ore, empty the raft. All right, now we need the crucible placed into a fire. I need to make myself a new pickaxe and a new prospecting pick, possibly a new hammer as well. So we need 60 of these nuggets. Okay, preheat with peat. Now we gotta spawn-proof the house. Done. And I'll make my next batch of meals now so it's prepared. In fact, we can use berries instead of mushrooms this time. Okay, it's coming along. Now we need the coal for this. And let's go plant these trees somewhere. Okay. It's nice to see things finally coming together. I might not need another piece of coal in there, I'm not really sure. I don't think I need another piece of coal. Yeah, let's deposit that. And then let's lay out the molds that we're gonna need. So pickaxe, hammer, and prospecting pick. Yeah, that's gonna be done on the one piece of coal. All right, I am gonna have to go and cart a lot of the skeps from there to here. I'm gonna need to make a whole bunch of wattle fences and gates. We can start with 55 fence links. I now have blueberry porridge. We'll store it in here. I think that'll finish in time. All right. Once we pour that metal, we're gonna go over there and try to grab some of the skeps. I'm gonna need to start laying out my farmland and shit. So let's get a feel for the terrain. Okay. Let's get this poured. Beautiful. Done. Okay, proper farm dimensions. That's only one plot, though. We're gonna need more, of course. Which means I'm gonna need a lot more sticks. But I can help myself to get those sticks if I use, like, shears, right? Yeah, we gotta find some cassiterite ore ASAP. We're gonna have to wait for those to cool down. Storage situation's kind of shitty, but we'll just shove things where they'll fit for now. That's what she said. Let's get a little bit of rest while that shit cools down. Wait, no, this is a good opportunity for me to bring some skeps. Yeah, so... I need to make some gates. Honestly, I'll just have one gate for now. Grab this. It's all I have the sticks for, so. Okay. We're gonna wanna bring the bees here, but that's gonna require a damn near empty inventory. Deposit the stick. Hang up that pickaxe. And let's leave our bags behind. Okay. Cool. All of our clay products are done, so inside there is 16 honey pots and 16 ceramic hives that are all completed, but we're going to be deleting those ones and swapping them out for dark brown ones so they match the color of all of our other clay products. We still had to do the work to craft them, though. We're not cheating. Yeah. That's the important thing in my book. Oh. I didn't empty my chest. Not that it matters much. It's gonna be a pretty annoying trip to get to those bees. The step up mod is extremely useful, but it gets counterintuitive in certain situations, like when you're running along the side of a cliff or a water edge, and it actually slows you down in those circumstances. Oh, I hate this. If I fall in the water, all my torches are gonna go out. Okay. This is a pretty shitty trip. Alright, I no longer think I'm at risk of falling in the water. We can run straight. There's a quartz vein right here. I guess I'll mark that. Let's eat. More clay. Okay, well, here we are. Oh, Jesus. Fuck that. Getting chased by wolves in the dark is a bad time. They're just fucking camping our hives. Yeah, there's definitely major problems with this mod. See, there's only 3 full right now. There should be way more than that. Like, way more. Because the hive up top is supposed to spread to the bottom, and then that one spreads to another, but then all of them start spreading to multiple after that, right? So it's just not really working properly, and it's because the mod is glitched. Once a reed skep becomes harvestable, they stop populating neighboring skeps. That's the issue. It's totally the mod being broken, so I'm gonna have to just creative mode myself in some populated skeps. There should totally be more than 3 right now, right? Because I'm pretty sure that we put those skeps down on like the 2nd of June. I don't remember exactly, but basically the wild hive would spread to one, right? But then the wild hive and the other one that are now populated would spread to another. So, holy shit, the water. Yeah, so they're, wait, wild hive spreads to one. That's one harvestable, and then two. Yeah, I don't think it's working properly because it's been 3 days since we did that, right? Which means that there should be a lot more than what's currently there. I'm pretty sure we did all that on like the 2nd of June, right? And now it's the 7th. So like after, you know, even, let's be generous and let's say I didn't do it until like the 3rd of June, right? That would basically mean that by now it should have been 3 days and 3 spreads would have been exponential, right? So it would have gone from the wild one to another after 1 day, and then those 2 to another 2 the following day, and then the 3rd day would have been most of them would have been full, right? Because by that point you have multiple populated skeps populating other skeps after 1 day. It sucks, man. Yeah, from Golden Combs, I can't lie, man. The mod maker's a little lazy. They're lazy. Like, you shouldn't have red ceramic results. It hasn't been that way for a very long time, right? Making your ceramic hives out of red clay should yield dark brown hives, not red ones. And the glitches in this mod have just been like a runaway thing for ages, right? What it gives is good, but it comes at a cost of a lot of bad. And I can say that about a lot of mods too, like even the Weather the Storm mod, right? The fact that you can still have Bowtorn spawning in your base. I've never understood why people leave their mods broken. Never. Like I had a problem with my Orphan mod. I fixed it. It took me fucking 3 hours to learn how to fix it, but I fixed it, right? I went to the Discord server for Vintage Story modding. I asked for advice and help. I scratched my head and failed to understand things most of the time, but eventually I learned it, I got it fixed, I got it done, and I don't understand why other modders don't just do that. Like, if you commit to something that other people are supposed to benefit from, then shouldn't you do it right? Shouldn't you do it fully? Like, I just don't get doing something half. You know what I mean? Let's eat. Yeah, any populated skeps I had wouldn't swarm to other nearby skeps at all. Yeah, they never got around to it. It's crazy, buddy. It's absolutely crazy. Anyway, let's put these ones in here for now, I guess. We have no flowers here, which is fine. We'll get some. We're not going to be keeping our bees there, I don't think. We're going to be moving them down the line, but... Oh, yeah. Anyway, we're going to need more sticks in order to make these tools. I'll make the hammer right now. Grab that. And we'll make these while we're gone. I need to get started on trying to find cassiterite ore. It's not going to be easy. All right. There is no cassiterite nearby. We're gonna have to look somewhere else entirely. Now, if I did a long distance search, we would probably come across some. But I don't really want to do a long distance search, you know? Grab these. Alright, so cassiterite is apparently 65 blocks away from here. So I'm gonna make myself a little mine shaft going down. Oh, but I haven't made a fat bowl yet. I need a fat bowl for doing underground mining. We have to track down that cassiterite that we've located. Let's grab a bowl and a piece of fat and make a lamp. Okay. And I have 10 torches for the attempted mitigation of potential spawns. Cassiterite 55 blocks away. Our previous reading was 65, so we're like 10 blocks closer. $57. $56. All right, I think it might be directly below me, honestly. We're just gonna keep going down. Those readings were very consistent. Like, it probably is just elevation. We do have to go quite deep, unfortunately. But at least we have the elevator, right? Let's eat. Considerite is now 48 blocks away. $39 blocks away. Wow, look at that. $35. I feel like I should be going deeper, but it's honestly kind of hard to say. Welcome back, Chris. Welcome, buddy. Home from work at last. You got a coffee underway or what? Considerite 27 blocks away. Four. Still says 24 over there. And 25. So honestly, it might be like directly below us now. I have no water though. Yeah, we're coming down pretty much right on top of it, I think. Yeah. There's hematite near here. Iron for later. Cassiterite is 3 blocks away from right there, so we're pretty close. 2 blocks away from right there. One block away from the one we just destroyed. Well, we found cassiterite. Now the hope is, you know, we're gonna hope that it's a sizable vein. We have enough copper for all of our tin bronze needs. It really just comes down to this. I'm gonna seal myself in here. A little bit of cassiterite goes a massively long way, because every 8 cassiterite chunks is like another 5 ingots, I think. Well, every 8 cassiterite nuggets is another 5 ingots. But I will need a lot, so let's hope we find a lot. That we don't run out too soon. Okay, the vein is continuing down here. Always check. When the vein runs dry, break the blocks behind it. You usually end up finding a lot more. Hi, sweetie. Hello. I'll be right back, guys. I butchered that chicken yesterday.
Simple name to remember.
Yeah.
It's easy to remember.
Oh man, I just it looks like my head. Man, I don't know what it is with these headphones. They're like indestructible. Like they fucking cracked on the ground, bro. Like.
Just be wary.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking when we get your computer, that'd be a good time for me to look at, like, just a new headset and mic. We have to ask your dad for, like, a drill that can go through the concrete walls. For wall mounting and paintings and whatever else, right? Well, I'm happy to say it looks like our first cassiterite vein is a rather sizable one. Exactly what we needed. We are running behind, but at least now we can start catching up, right? Do I not have command strips? I don't know what you mean by command strips. Our walls, oh, apparently Zuzi knows what you're talking about, like the sticky pads, but our walls are uneven. They have a very bumpy, rough surface texture, right? So the sticky pads wouldn't be like flat, flush against the wall. Although there is the possibility, like, why don't we just sand down the sections of wall that we want to put the pads on? Well, I mean, it's a possibility. You can repaint it after you, you know. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right, guys, I'm happy to say we've cleaned out this entire cassiterite mine, getting 55 medium chunks of cassiterite. That should be a respectable amount. Let's get out of here. Okay. It's enough to enter the Bronze Age. It should be enough for my anvil and many tools. So with that momentum, you know, yeah. All right, let's go. Head back home and let's immediately start smelting down some resources. At home hardware stores, there are rolls of double-sided tape that has a bit of foam in between, huh? Maybe, maybe. All right, let's crack open these nuggets. How are you doing, Ron? 110 cassiterite should last a decent while. Yeah, that's good. Okay, let's begin. So that's 5 nuggets. $10 nuggets. 15 copper nuggets. Well, no, 1,500 units. $2,000 units. $2,500. And then 3,000. $3,500. What do you think? Should we just go for like 4,000 full stop? Okay. So that's 4,000 units worth of copper in there right now. Which is 8, 16, 24, 30, wait, 4,008 per 500. Then that's 8 times 8, which is 64. There, 4,000 units of tin bronze, but we need to get everything appropriately laid out. We need mathematical perfection here, all right? So let's start with the anvil mold. That's 900 units that we're going to be using up. I might want to swap out those torches. I may end up forgetting about them. All right. Now, let's see here. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 20 ingot molds. That's 3,700 units required. So I actually have like an excess inside that crucible. Let's go to the alloy calculator here. Tin bronze, 92 and 8. Nine, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 37. Just wanted to double check. So I have to remove 3 ingots worth, which is 5 cassiterite and 55 copper. $50 what? $55. Okay. But apparently that math doesn't really add up. Okay, 3,705 units of tin bronze. 3,700. We now have 3,700 units of tin bronze, which fills all of this and gives us quite a lot to work with, honestly. So let's do that. We're gonna preheat with peat as usual, but then we're gonna have to use a lot of, you know, a lot of charcoal for this. It's gonna take a while. No two ways about it. Anyway, for the time being, while that heats up, after we put our charcoal in there, we are going to dig up the area required for our farm. our many farms. Anyway, these meals are now done. We're gonna put this in the fire. Grab those meals. All right. Let's put the charcoal in there. We have to leave that for a while, but that's 3,700 units of tin bronze, and we're gonna be filling all of this, dude. All of it. I like doing these massive orders. I really prefer it, you know? Yeah, we'll do that. That way I still have a little route to walk in the middle here. Okay, we need more fences. But we'll worry about that later. For now, let's try to figure this out. I can mark out the dimensions with this. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and one more. That's where the fence goes. Although I might want to just go the other way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, that lines up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Right there. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Boom. There. That's the dimensions pretty much figured out. We're gonna have the bees way at the end over here. Okay. So we have the dimensions sorted. Hey, sweetie. All right. Grab that. Move it, I guess, right here. All right. I'm gonna need a new shovel. Let's go check on the tin bronze. It's gonna take a while for 3,700 units to get done, but it'll get done. Let's eat. And don't worry, guys, my base ain't gonna be messy forever. Okay, flint. I'm gonna need more sticks. All right. I might actually endeavor to put the bees elsewhere, like maybe directly across the way from where the farms are. Alright. Although that would require more terraforming, I could theoretically do it. Maybe just put them like right here, after I seal that hole with the meteoric iron up. Yeah, I gotta try to do really well with this base because this playthrough is what I'm using. The video footage from this playthrough is what I'm using to make like a tips and tricks, advanced and beginner tips guide, right? We gotta have a beautiful fucking home to show off for that. I already have a whole bunch of clips farmed and stuff, so... We're just gonna delete this meteoric iron fragment. Don't need it. All right. That's going well. Going well. We're gonna lay out the path, so I know what I need to do regarding the terraforming of the area. Okay. Oh, that's sweet, dude. Right on. You're raising the next generation of degenerates if you're getting them into my content, buddy. But no, that's heartwarming. Okay, let's lay out the groundwork. Okay, so it's gonna be something like this, right? We're gonna have our farms to the right-hand side. We're gonna have our bees and animals to the left-hand side. And we'll try to centralize it as much as we can, make it look nice. Let's see here. It's still going, not quite done yet. Let's put these red currant bushes somewhere. Maybe like right there. I am gonna need more dirt, and the best way to get it is to convert this stuff. It sucks because a lot of the things I still have to do are things that I would greatly benefit from the tin bronze tools doing, right? Like I need shears to get sticks for the fences, I need a scythe to cut the grass. But we won't rush too much. No matter what, we're gonna be okay. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna get 2 massive harvests of flax, but we'll do what we can. Does bone meal provide any K nutrition at all, I wonder? That's an important thing for me to try to find out. No, it doesn't. Okay, Make another knife blade. Okay. We'll deposit those stone paths for now. I am gonna need to make more rammed earth soon. Got a little more time. All right. We're getting shit done. Getting shit done. And I think it's feasible that I could have my crops planted by the 10th of June / 1st of July. I do believe that's possible. All right, let's go check on things. The tin bronze. It's almost done. And this dirt that we're getting for converting the soil in the garden, we can actually use for extending this area where the bees and the animals are gonna go. Shit, wrong type of dirt. With no shovel. Okay. We're good. We can take out that charcoal now. We used a lot of it, of course. I'm excited to pour all of this, man. 3,700 units of tin bronze. Crazy. Okay, they can't hear me. Good, they got the earmuffs going. I wish I had like an actual, there we go. A countdown of time before it was done. All right, make the anvil. Oh, mass production of tin bronze is such a nice moment. Can you imagine how easy the game would be if I didn't bother with the bees, right? All right, 200 units. Our first hell of hammerhead. Got it. Okay, everything has been poured. It's all gonna harden over time. We'll have good tools very soon. I'm gonna keep on working on the garden out there. Honestly, I'm just really grateful that we ended up getting the cassiterite as quick as we did. I've gotten good at hunting for it, but sometimes you find it and it's like a super tiny vein with nothing, right? It barely gives you anything. All right. Now, we do the same thing again. I'm gonna grab those bones for making more fucking bone handle flint knives. I'm gonna hang up the pickaxe for now. Maybe I don't need to. Let's grab more medium soil. All right. If I grab all this dry grass now while we're setting up the crop plots, then I probably won't need dry grass for the rest of the game. That's why I'm endeavoring to do it. It would be nice if I had a scythe, it would be a lot faster, but in lieu of the scythe, we just do it by hand. Okay, now we gotta swap out all the soil. Oh. Well, shit. I gotta leave this the way it is. Okay. All right. I need a new shovel. We almost have 2 farm plots laid out. We have to do 3. And then we still have to till all the land, but that's a little easier. Okay. Well, I think that all of our tin bronze is done. Jesus, look at that sunrise, dude. That's gorgeous. Holy shit, that's awesome. All right, that's a second farm plot done. Actually, right, okay, so this is the third one. We haven't changed this soil yet, but we did cut the grass already. Let's grab these. We will not be building anything over here. Let's eat. All right. All right, that might be enough space right there. Let's plant this maple seed somewhere. Okay. Yeah, we're definitely late bloomers this year. I've had playthroughs where I actually got my farm up and running by like 5th of June, you know? And we're talking everything planted on the 5th of June, like growing. So we are considerably behind. But it is what it is. We had a particularly tumultuous early game. We spent like 7 days in total trying to just find bees. Very curious how my base is gonna turn out this time around. All right. Okay, I'm happy to say we have the soil for our entire farm pretty much laid out now. Finally. Now we just have to hoe the shit. We gotta bitches them hoes. I'll just keep all the dirt in here for now. Gonna go ahead and make myself some more rammed earth to have in the inventory. Okay. We have 20 tin bronze ingots ready for use. We have our tin bronze anvil also. finally cleaned everything up. More or less. Oh, buddy. Okay, now, let's put this down. And then I also need a forge, which is gonna require some cobblestone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Well, we can start making tools of a wide variety at this point. We're gonna make several hoes. I'm gonna need more sticks though. So we're gonna take a little break from the farm work and we're gonna do some smithing. Let's get these ingots hot enough to work. They're coming along. Deposit the dry grass. We got just about 256 dry grass. We finished all that porridge. We've been working hard. Let's grab some sticks. We'll need them for handles. Okay, that should be enough sticks. It's gonna take at least 6 hoes, 6 flint hoes to do all that land right there. These ingots are superheated and ready to be worked, so let's begin. We're gonna start by making a scythe head. Oh, we're smithing, boys. We are smithing, my lord. It is nice to be behind the hammer again. Okay. Now I need a set of shears for more sticks. I've missed the hammer and anvil. Yes, I have. I have missed the anvil. Yeah. Okay. Okay, there we go. We now have the scythe. We have the shears. Other than that, what do I need? Spear wouldn't be a bad idea. Honestly, I think I'll just, yeah, we'll make a spear for sure. And then I might actually make a hoe. It seems like a waste. I mean, I can just use flint hoes. But I'll give it some more thought. Maybe we can make something more useful out of this last one. Hell, I could make another pickaxe. That'd be a good investment. Let's see. You know what? Nails. No, we need a saw blade. That's right. Okay, yeah, we'll make a saw. That allows me to transport water. And then I'll need to make some nails later in order to make storage chests. Okay. Always have a backup hammer. Okay, we got a spear, we got the scythe. We now have a saw. Let's make the Falk's blade. Hang those. And let's cool off the shears. I'm gonna need more food. I haven't really prepared another batch of meals yet. I still have stuff in my backpack too that I've forgotten about for quite some time. Let's put it down. We have a shitload of rod already. That's nice. Yeah, I can do 2 barrels of compost early. Anyway, let's eat these 3 mushrooms while I cook a meal. Okay. We now have a new batch of porridge coming in. What are the footprints from? Yes, there is actually a mod that we're using called Footprints, and it causes me and wildlife to leave footprints behind. They don't last forever, but they last long enough. You can actually, if you lose an animal, you can find it by tracking its footprints. It's a really cool mod. Damn straight, buddy. Damn straight, Andy. Yeah, we have the saw now. We can get a good door going. We got a lot of good stuff. I gotta start making the compost, but it takes what, like 20 days? All right, let's keep those sticks. Ditch those for now. And let's make a bunch of hose. I'm gonna need at least 6. Possibly a 7th. Okay, we have 6 hoe heads. I'm gonna hang up the saw for now. The shears will keep on us for the time being. I need that food. How are you doing, Andy? All right, let's go grab our food and then we can start tilling the land. All right, let's begin. Oh yeah, shit, it's still dry farmland. Hang on. We'll make a bucket. Storage situation's getting a little untenable, isn't it? Okay. All right, I now have a bucket, which means we can transport water and create source blocks. All right. That still says dry farmland. That's really weird. Why isn't it, like, absorbing moisture? Oh, that's right. I need fresh water. This is salt water. Okay, that's exactly why. Yeah, you can't just use fucking ocean water for crop plots. It doesn't work that way. So we're gonna have to head inland and grab fresh water. Okay. We do have little pockets of fresh water over there. We'll go grab some. All right, there we go. You're doing well? Quiet Monday morning? No disasters. Right on, right on. That's weird. What the fuck is wrong with it? Hang on. That's really weird. I didn't even get the dirt block back. It's not absorbing the moisture of the water. Maybe I need to like log out and log back in or something. I don't know. These ones are hydrated just fine. Either way, I have a watering can. I can use it to hydrate the unhydrated soil. Oh my god, these hoes. They need to buff the durability of the stone hoe. They really do. Oh, that's... Why is that low fertility? I must have put the wrong stuff there. Alright, fair enough. Alright. Let's go grab medium fertility soil, and I'll make that better shovel. Okay. I don't know what's up with this farmland not moistening. Like, we have water right beside it, but we'll just try to use a watering can. The rest is fine. I think I heard that somewhere, that you never get the farm blocks back once they're tilled. I'm just wondering... Okay, the moisture level finally updated. Yeah, I was wondering why it wasn't updating. I guess it just took a little bit of time. Got it. No way did it take 3 fucking hoes just to do this entire field. That's unreal. It makes sense though, yeah. The entire field is 128 blocks. And these have 40 durability. Fucking ridiculous durability. All right. God, I need better storage. For now, let's use this as a little loot dump so we can make some space. And now I have to unequip these so I can move the bees. I'll go check on the wild bees where our other 13 skeps are, but if they haven't filled, then we're just gonna have to use creative mode to spawn them in. The Of Golden Combs mod does have some bugs inherent to it. We can't really do anything about it. Anyway, let's grab the watering can and some flax. We're just doing a full field of flax right there. Okay, let's grab the flax seeds. We successfully got our first flax field down. I'm gonna want to try to water these regularly to make up for lost time. Okay, that's 128 flax planted. All right, guys, I could use some productivity drugs, so I'm gonna go pour my coffee.
Perhaps.
Yeah, it was the salt water, buddy. It was the salt water. Fortunately, the salt didn't poison the farmland. It ended up changing eventually. All right. We need to go get a whole bunch of sticks. So we're gonna grab the shears and we're gonna do that. Now, theoretically, I could make animal hide bags, which I think we should do. It'll give me 4 extra slots in the inventory. I probably should have done it ages ago, but there we go. Let's move a whole bunch of stuff into the crafting grid so that I can swap out my bags. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Get a refund of 20 cattails, deposit those. So we now have better inventory space to work with. Where's the shears? I put them in here. All right, let's go. We have to get a shitload of sticks. Hang on. Grab that. Offhand. Yeah, we're gonna need a healthy amount of sticks. A healthy amount. I'm gonna need at least... Oh god, I need like 100 more fences, right? So I don't know how many sticks I need exactly. I'm gonna start grabbing some of this wood around here too, because we can convert it into planks for crafting. Oh. All right. Yeah, so far so good. We may even already have enough sticks. This axe is about to break. All right. Yeah, we're good. Let's head back. Let's eat. All right, let's do the fencing. I'm also gonna need one more gate here. Okay. Beautiful. Now I need 2 more wattle gates. And let's finish the fence. Okay, we finally have the fences done around the perimeter. Now we need to clean all this up and till the land. Yeah, all the plots are fenced in. So, let's go deposit. Put the seeds right there and we'll plant them later. I'll grab the scythe and the water. Okay, continuing on. We'll get the clusters with the scythe, and then we'll get the standalone ones with the knife. Okay. All right, let's get hoeing. In total, I already know it takes 13 hoes to do all the ground in all of the crop plots. 13. Yeah, it takes 4 and a little bit each. There's 128 plots, and every one of these hoes has 40 durability, right? So you need 4 plus another 8 durability. Fucking rough, buddy. I don't have any flint on me. I'm gonna have to go grab our flint. All right, let's go. So I already crafted 6 hoes, which means we're gonna need 7 more. Actually, wait, my math is wrong. It takes 3 hoes and a bit to do each plot. All right, fair enough. That might be enough right there. Oh, let's grab the flax and carrots. Basically K crops. We're gonna plant more K crops. Okay. We have 39 more flax here. Totaling 167 plants, all in all. Okay. Now let's make 4 more hoes. Get some bitches, get some hoes, you know how it is. Okay. It is nice to see things finally coming together. We'll build the animal pen, we'll set up the bees. So P nutrients or N. I have 128 rye seeds. Spelt is also an N crop. We'll plant the spelt first. It's the more reliable crop, temperature-wise. Turnips last. Okay. Yeah, we have a bunch of seeds ready. I actually ended up getting a decent amount of parsnips that time. These onions are also pea crops. We'll group them together. Okay. The rest of my crops are all N crops. I have no doubt in my mind that these turnips are gonna take heat damage over the course of the season, but that's fine. Now we have to clear the grass and till this land. All right, let's start filling all these with the water required. All right, let's begin. Is this Pokemon? 'Cause we're in a Hoenn region. Only the real goats are gonna get that one. God, what I wouldn't give for like a Pokemon survival game. Can you imagine, right? Like you just travel. You go to gyms, Pokemon centers, there's permadeath for your Pokemon. You have to like eat, cover your needs. There's washrooms, or you can piss in the side of a cave, right? Like, you gotta feed your Pokemon. Like, they can't just exist. That'd be so cool. If only Nintendo was innovative. Any longer. I know they used to be, kind of. We are gonna have to craft one more hoe, I think, in order to finish this. Maybe not. Okay, looks like we're done. Let's plant these. Anyway, we have a lot of vegetables. Let's start with the spelt over here. All right, then we're gonna do turnips in these last rows here. As many as we can fit. Perfect. Okay, we now have all of our crops done and growing. And they're the perfect dimensions to convert to greenhouses later. Now we have to focus on the animals and the bees. I'm gonna have to go check on the bees and see if that glitch persisted or see if they actually ended up spreading the way that they were supposed to. We'll find out. Deposit the rye seeds, the turnips. I like that. I like seeing all of our seeds like depleted now, used up. Let's get rid of that hoe. Make all these. Okay, make more tool racks for storing all these. Okay. Get rid of that. Yeah, we have all of our bronze tools ready now, ready for use. We have a lot more supplies too. I'm gonna move these over here. I'm also gonna have to pick a place to plant the cattails, which, hang on, let's eat. All right, I'm thinking this would be perfect, honestly, right here. Yeah, neat little rows of 3, right? Hell, it looks good to me. All right, it looks like I'm gonna have to scythe all this grass out of the way, otherwise I can't plant. But that's okay. We'll never run out of grass again. I don't know how far we have to go. We'll go that far for now. All right, let's see. We have 102 cattail stalks, which means every harvest will net us 100 cattails, right? And we'll be able to use the scythe to do it quickly and conveniently. Damn, we were pretty close. I was off by one more row. Okay, there we go. We have our cattail trail located conveniently, neatly behind the farm. I may try to go from end to end, so we'll probably try to go to the very end of the third plot, right? Anyway, now that that's done and out of the way, let's deposit the dry grass. We have a massive amount, almost 1,000, really. So what comes next at this stage, huh? Now we have to do the bees. And the animal pen. We are gonna need more fences over time. Let's empty this box, plant the trees, etc. I'll plant them over here. On a long enough timeline, I do plan on having like a boathouse down there at the peninsula's edge. Okay. We planted the trees. I'm gonna strap this to my back. Hang up the scythe. We'll take the shears, deposit the soil. I don't need the torches if I'm using the oil lamp. And I gotta make more food. All right. 6 peat, 3 each, and that'll definitely finish. I have to swap out these torches, and I'm really glad I noticed. We really didn't have long before those were gonna burn out. Okay, let's grab the sticks that we do have and try to create a fenced-in lot. I'm gonna want a very small pen for the animals at first. All right. That way they'll have enough light to not despawn. 1, 2, 3. Honestly, that's enough size right there. Yeah, that's a big enough pen. Just for getting the animals started, it's plenty. It's perfect. All right, let's make a gate. And then I'm gonna have to leave this right here. And that's the light source that's gonna stop them despawning. All right. It's time to put the goats into their new home. And then all we have to do is set up the bees. And that's going to be, you know, pretty straightforward. Okay. We got a Valais goat kid. I love how it's called a kid. But yeah, it's a male. And we have a female Valais goat right here. Beautiful. They're going to grow up and start making babies and milk in due time. Now, I have to go to the bees and check on the status over there. The thing is, we might have gotten that bug where they don't keep on spreading and populating. They should totally all be done by now. All of those skeps should be filled. So if they're not, then that just means we're going to spawn in what we need. Now, while I'm passing through here, I have to delete all these. These ones didn't even finish for whatever reason. We got that glitch again. So we're gonna delete all that. Hang on. Yeah, delete these, because that fuel should have been consumed. And then we'll also delete the hive. Fuck it. I'm gonna delete the peat. I don't care enough to find... Oh, right, it's 10. Okay, yeah, so we'll delete that 10, and then 8 sticks. Oh, shit. I had 35. I'm basically fixing a glitch right now. So I need 27 sticks in total. Got it. Alright, we fixed the glitch. Now I'm just gonna delete all of these. And then we're gonna give ourselves brown ones back at base, right? Just so it's a consistent color to the rest of our ceramic stuff. It is annoying to delete these, but it's easy enough. Yeah, we have to delete 16 red hives and 16 red honeypots. And then we're gonna give ourselves the dark brown ones. We went through the effort of shaping the clay and firing it. Oh, we got another one of those that we have to get rid of. I'm gonna need a chisel very shortly. Fortunately, this time I don't actually have to chisel the table though, because I saved the design in our portfolio. So we'll be able to access it and just copy paste it right away. Okay. Delete those. And this. Okay. Looks like we're done. I've deleted all those. We're gonna generate the ones in the appropriate color. And then, yeah, let's go check on the bees. If they haven't populated those skeps, then we're just gonna generate in the populated ones that we need. Because by rights, they should totally be done by now. Let's grab as much food as I can on the way, because I don't actually have any more porridge on me. And I'll try to get some fat on the way. Nice. Okay. Oof. 2 for 2. I got a fat from each fox. That's glorious. There were 2 wolves over there where the bees are. If we have sufficient daylight, I could easily bring them down. I have no light source though, so let's hurry the hell up. I had to leave my oil lamp behind for the animals, make sure they don't despawn, right? It is a pretty annoying trek to get there. Difficult terrain. I don't think I'm getting that raccoon, so let's just keep moving. Hell, you know what? I can just swim along the ledge. Last time I couldn't because all I had was torches as a light source. This time I don't even have one. So as long as we can't extinguish our light source, let's go. Damn straight, Andy. Yeah, it's twice as strong. Takes 4 hits with the flint spear and 2 hits with this bronze one. I usually make a bronze spear as soon as I can because you can't make a spear stronger than bronze. There's not even like the availability of a steel or iron spear. And it's a really good weapon for safely fighting like bears and wolves and stuff because it has 3.5 meters of reach rather than having the 2.5 of the scimitar down here. The Falk's Blade. What is that? Quartz mine. There's a quartz mine over there. I'm gonna want to close the game and reopen it, do a little data dump soon. But we have gotten a lot of work done. God, the amount of stuff we've done today is crazy. Literally entering the fucking quartz age even. Or, sorry, entering the tin bronze age. We didn't even have our first copper this morning, right? We're flying. I didn't even have my first copper tools this morning. Anyway, we're approaching the bees now, but there might be wolves here. There were 2 wolves here before. Okay, we still have empty skeps, but we have a lot of filled ones too. See, yeah, some of them are just glitched out. We should totally have them all spreaded by now. And we don't, so I'm going to put this down, fill it up with stuff. And then let's get rid of these bones, deposit the wattle fence, get rid of the dry grass. We're sitting on a wealth of it, put that in there. And then strap this to my back. Now we have to unequip these backpacks, at least as many as we can, so that I can take some of these. Do I want to... No, okay, I can't put those there. Fair enough. Let's eat these mushrooms. It looks like I can only take 3 at a time, but we'll come back here, take that one, and these 2. I'll make sure my inventory is nice and empty, but it does look like they're not going to be spreading for us, so... Yeah, we'll spawn in the other ones, but in the interest of fairness, I will do these trips, because it should have been 4 trips anyway, for me to, like, go there and grab them. This is a massive oak tree. Mark that. In the end, it's going to end up being less work for me, less travel time, right? I won't have to run back and forth as much, but all of those skeps should, by rights, be full right now. It's just a glitch that prevented them from being full because of Golden Combs, the mod that we're using for the ceramic hive. So we are simply going to make sure that we generate in the ones that are not filled and walk back the rest. I need to find some food. I saw some puffball mushrooms over there. We have porridge cooked, but it's sitting in the campfire right now. I'm pretty confident I'm not gonna die to hunger. It takes a painfully long time to actually die to hunger. Yeah, we're getting home. We're gonna have to considerably shed a lot of like inventory stuff to make the trip. Because I can't bring my hunter bags. Alright, grab those berries, let's eat. Hang on. What the hell? Why isn't it taking the berries? Bro, our game is cooked. we have to log out and log back in. Some funky shit's happening. Look at that. Can't harvest it. I wonder if it has to do with that new mod I got. I got a mod that like lets you zoom out, this one, right? Like it's pretty cool. It's just we're having unique issues today that I've never had. Like music fading in and out, and I wonder if it might have to do with that. But we'll do a data dump, we'll do our due diligence, do that data dump, and then see how it's looking after. Is that the female or the male? The female has grown, beautiful. Okay, it's getting ready to mate as we speak. Okay. Now, we're gonna have to leave these bags behind. Okay. Strap that to my back. And then we have to leave some shit behind. We'll leave behind the shears, the axe. The shovel could stay too, but I have to craft a new tool rack. And then put that bucket down. We have everything necessary. Except I'm gonna make more of these. Okay. Let's go. Both of the goats are fully grown, so after about like 7 days, we'll be able to impregnate the female goat, and then the male goat can have a turn with her. But no, yeah. Let's log out. I want to log out and do a data dump, because I should totally be able to harvest these bushes. I don't know why I can't. All right, close the game. Oh, that's weird. Will ripen in 29 days. Yo, that's fucked. I don't know what's wrong with those, but we're just gonna replant them. Yeah, that's weird. I didn't bring any food, so I'll have to keep an eye out for anything that we can grab. What the hell? Why can't I hold that to zoom out? That's so weird. Okay. Okay, you know what? I gotta get rid of that mod. I want to use it, but like, I'm just gonna disable it for now. We'll use it later when I want to take like screenshots of my base. But yeah, bird's eye. It's causing conflicts. Like I can't even zoom out with my third person camera because of it. So. All right, bird's eye is turned off. I'll have to remove it from the description if we're not using it. I'm only going to be using it off camera to take some screenshots for the video I'm going to do later, the tips and tricks video. Oh yeah, fucking moist. There we go, no more conflicts. Peace on Earth! God bless us, every non-Muslim. I am going to try to get more fat from the animals. I found 19 cranberries that we can eat. Those cranberries are my lifeline right now. Oh yeah, fuck, I don't even have a light. Holy shit. Well, I'm gonna need one, of course. I'll have to, like, make a fire starter and light a torch. Okay. Okay. Grab that, and then make a torch. Put the torch down, light it. I just gotta stay out of the water, otherwise it's gonna get extinguished. But now, we're good. I have a light, I can see. Did I just hear a boar over there? I don't know. I might have. Let's grab these mushrooms. I see a raccoon over there. Might have some fat. Like your mom. Let's be real. Which one of us doesn't have a fat mom, man? Par for the course, as they say. Okay. Okay. Grab the cranberries. More cranberries. And let's eat while we make the trip over to where the bees are. I hate the road to the bees, though. This is honestly such an annoying path to take. We're coming up on the quartz now. I can't go in the water, otherwise my torch gets extinguished and then I have to relight it again. All right, let's keep going. The bees are just ahead. All right. Well, it looks like, strangely enough, these have populated. So we're gonna have to come back and do one more trip for them. We have 6 back at home, 4 right here, that's 10, 11, 12, 13. It looks like I'm missing some skeps. I don't really know where they are. Oh, shit. Okay, some of them ended up breaking. I don't know why, but we wouldn't be getting attacked by bees unless... whatever. We're gonna do 2 more trips. We're gonna bring these home, grab the other ones, and then I'm just gonna generate the other ones. Yeah, it doesn't even matter. It could have just been a fucking, like, been raccoons or something, but I've also, if you guys look at this right here, somebody actually mentioned their skeps getting broken. Every time a hive swarms to my skep, it breaks. Oh, you know what? That guy, it was probably just the raccoons, yeah. Oh, I hate this trip. This is such a long and arduous journey to get back. It's painful, buddy. Oh, yeah? Why is this broken? You see that? I got 3 honeycombs. And I have no idea why. That's weird. Well, the thing is, if a raccoon had broken it, then there wouldn't have been 3 honeycombs there. That's the weird part. So it definitely wasn't a raccoon. Yeah, for some reason, our skep just broke. Yeah, that's weird. So I've pretty much decided we're just gonna fucking generate in the skeps I need. I don't want to do another trip. Besides, I played like an idiot. There's a smart way to do it, a much easier way to do it, where you get one skep filled, and then you take that skep home, and then you have them do the spreading at your base, right? Like, I could have done that and saved myself several trips. So, I mean, that's what we're gonna do next time. This time, I'm just gonna generate in the couple that I'm missing. I'm cool with it. Holy shit. I'm gonna grab... Oh, okay, I'm not gonna grab any of that clay. I do not have a shovel. Oh, yeah. I see the torchlight glow of our house off in the distance. Now we're gonna have to do a little bit of smithing, and I'm gonna have to make myself my chiseling tools and whatnot. Oh yeah. Fucking orgasmic burps up in here. All right, we got a bunch of populated skeps. And like I said, we'll just generate in the rest. Anyway, let's grab our bags. Got them. Let's make a couple barrels. I only need 2. I can convert these small hides into leather pretty soon. I know where lime is. Let's grab a bowl and a piece of fat. Make another oil lamp for my own personal use. Deposit that. Okay, we're making our first 2 batches of compost. After 20 days, we'll have it, and then I think we're gonna use it on this flax field here. Although, actually, we'll only have like 32 tiles worth of compost. It won't be enough for the full field. Let's grab these. Put one in here and start eating the other one. The hell's my stuff? Like, my wood cutting axe and shit. Oh, here we go. Okay. Now, I really just have to make a fenced area for the bees. We're gonna need more fences. And for that, we need more sticks. Grab the shears. The flowers are gonna be easy. There's heather and dwarf furzy everywhere. Those are usually the flowers that I prefer to use. Hello, old fart. We are doing quite well, buddy. It's good to see you. I hope that I hope your day at work isn't too annoying today. I hope you have a decent time of it. I gotta try to get 64 of these heather plants and then 64 dwarf furzy. Whatever we don't use for the bees, we're gonna be using for decorations on our walking paths. All right. By the way, I have to take a look at the greenhouse functionality. Hang on. Golden combs. Greenhouse. The beehives from this mod are not affected by the greenhouse effect. I guess it's true. Yeah, they never refuted it. All right, well, we might not have to greenhouse our beehives. I really have no idea. I need 32 additional dwarf furzy plants. All right. Grab the berries, and let's head back. We have everything we need. All right. And here's our fences. All right. Do I need to go back the full way? Maybe not. Let's eat these. I no longer need the oil lamp in my offhand. Now, let's go smith our requisite tools for this. And you know what? In the interest of fairness, let's just have these guys populate the other ones. So I have, what, 10? I need 6 more. I think we have some more back there, though. We'll go grab them. It depends on how many are still back there, but we had some break for seemingly no reason. That's what makes me not want to do it. If a raccoon broke it, he would have eaten what was in there. So, therein lies the problem. Oak boards. We're gonna need more oak planks. So let's make more. I need more still. Okay, there we go. Let's begin. So we're gonna make a regular chisel. Followed by the pantograph. Anyway, it's the 1st of July. We were ahead of schedule on our farm and behind schedule on the bees, but the bees don't really matter as much. We doubled up on the amount anyway. Let's see here. Tin bronze pantograph. Now we have to trim the fat from this. We combine that with the chisel we just made and we'll get QP's chisel. Got it. Okay, now I need to make another regular chisel. And then I'll make a tin bronze knife, I think, with the final ingot that remains there. I did find goats. Yeah, we picked up baby goats. I have a mod called Pick Up Babies, and it does exactly what it's titled. It lets me pick up babies. So we tracked down a male and a female Valais goat baby, each of them, right? Okay, we have a better knife now. Let's hang these up. And let's start laying things out for the bees. I want to have a border around the wall. I'm probably gonna greenhouse this anyway, even if I don't need to. And when we do have the walls there, I don't want to end up having flowers poking through the walls and clipping. Let's grab a bowl and eat something substantial. I will need more dirt, as well as more fences. Let's grab that dirt. We already have the sticks. All right. There we go. Now we just have to use the pantograph, but I'm gonna have to cool it off. It's piping hot. Okay. What the hell? Oh. Where is it? Where's my beehive table? What the hell's up with that? That's kind of weird. I don't really remember where this stuff is saved. Yeah, Chisel portfolio. Right here, B stand. Why isn't that showing up? There's probably a logical explanation. Hang on. Well, it's there. Okay, well. Yeah, I had to look it up myself. What else is in the portfolio? Railings. Right. Well, I want to find out how to... Okay. Okay, well, everything's showing up there now. It doesn't really have to matter, right? Okay. Now, I'm gonna use QP's chisel to do a... Oh, I need a hammer for that? I guess so. I didn't think you needed a hammer for a texture flip. Okay. All right, there we go. Now I just need to fill that with flowers. Right. Yeah, I can't put any flowers here, otherwise they're gonna clip through the wall of the greenhouse when I eventually do it. All right. Now I need to generate the... You know, you remember how we made the red ones, but then we deleted them so that we could use the appropriate color? That's what we're doing right now. Yeah, ceramic hive blue. Okay. Now, I have to clear my inventory for this next part. And then we need to grab the blue honey pots. Oh shit, that's... No, yeah, that's the hive. Yeah, we need the honey pots. Hang on. Yeah, these are identical to the dark brown color of the rest of our ceramics. Okay. And GMC. We need populated reed skeps. And for that, I have to ditch these. Hang on. Shit. GMS. Okay, we no longer have our bags. Delete that. Populated reed skep. Yeah, I really hope that Golden Combs gets bug fixed soon. I do this every playthrough. I always have to do it. Something always goes wrong. It's either that like the skeps don't fill or they randomly break, right? It kind of kills the buzz. Anyway. All right, the bees are out scouting for flowers. So that's all ready. I need to take my shit back from here. Gotta grab my bags. Okay. What the hell? Uh-oh. What happened? I have some duplication going on here. All right, we're gonna have to get rid of the extra shit. I don't know what we may have lost, mind you, but get rid of that and these. All right. I think we're good now. God, I hate of Golden Combs. I found another mod called Arekiwoof Simple Beehives, and I was so conflicted to like start using that mod instead. I chose against it, but we've already regretted choosing against it. You know what I mean? It really sucks. Like, I feel like there's been no work ethic behind making sure that of Golden Combs is not broken for everybody. It is. It fucks up for everyone. Everyone. And that's what's really crazy about it. I wish it just had basic function attached to it. All right. Deposit the maple. We have maple seeds that we can plant soon. I have to finish doing this area here. Okay, there we go. It's ready to be like greenhoused later. We have a modest amount of flowers in there, modest. As long as the end result is that it works, I can live with it, right? Again, this whole series is just an attempt for me to get footage for a tips and tricks video. So if my house looks beautiful, I don't care. We've had so many fair playthroughs. All right. I don't know how long it's gonna take for them to scout the flowers, but we have our goats, we have our bees, we have our crops. Everything is looking okay at this point. We finally finished the homesteading shit. Now, I'm gonna break these. Okay. We're just gonna let those despawn, those populated skeps. Let's continue filling in the hill where we placed that soil. Let's eat. Yeah, I have problems with golden combs in every single playthrough. When I do my next playthrough, I'm gonna try using Oreki Woof simple beehives. But the upfront cost is much greater. Like, I'm pretty sure you have to use, like, flax cloth for them. It's crazy, buddy. Yeah, we're gonna wait for those to despawn. We don't have to interact with those. Anyway, with all of that done, I can theoretically start sleeping on the regular now. Deposit the dirt, hang up the shears. Let's water all these. All right. Okay. All we really care about is making sure the flax grows as fast as possible, so we're gonna water the flax and leave the rest. We're definitely gonna have like a vast surplus of food. We're not worried about our food supply, we're just worried about our flax supply over the long term. All right. Let's go plant these. All right. Finally, at long last. Now, how many more cattails would I need for this? I would need 18 more cattail rhizomes to finish the trail. Looks like these are gonna grow in 137 hours. That's what it says. Grab that. We are going to want a better storage situation here very shortly. I want these guys to finish scouting for flowers, but I don't know how long it's going to take before that happens. Eventually we should come back and simply see that it's done. Now, when are these going to go? We're still waiting for these to finally despawn. I figured they would have already. Hang on. I can delete them. Wow, apparently I can't. No, you can't actually fucking do it. You can't put populated skeps there. That's weird. I don't know. We're just gonna leave those here, I guess. Wait for them to despawn. If they never do, we'll have to figure something else out. God, I hate From Golden Combs. Of all the mods, it's useful, but it's my least favorite in terms of, like, stability. Causes so many fucking problems, dude. God damn it. Trying to get rid of the bees, like... What the hell? It feels like they're always populated. Yeah, that's fucking ridiculous. I literally just broke that one. And what's really crazy is these are not ones that I generated. These are actually reed skeps that I brought from the wild one. That's crazy. Like, it's just so buggy, dude. So fucking buggy. It's pathetic. Fuck it, we'll just throw them in the water, and then I can stop thinking about them. It's immersion breaking as all hell too, you know? That's the thing with mods, is there's a very delicate balance between like it has to feel cohesive in the game and it has to be balanced, right? From Golden Combs does not have that balance. Oh my god. And now the bees are attacking the goats, apparently. Oh my god, this is just mayhem, isn't it? Save and quit. Hop in. Ridiculous, dude. Ridiculous, right? If one of our goats dies, I'm just generating a new one to take its place. Fucking insane, dude. Yeah, I don't know. All right, the bees are gone. My goats are fine. Ridiculous. Anyway, I think I'm gonna have to stop playing for the day. When I come back tomorrow, my immersion will be fine, but for right now, it's kind of tanked, right? Yeah, but we're doing okay. We have a whole bunch of useful tools. We can start going mining for more valuable stuff. Everything's ready, more or less. We're just waiting for these bees to successfully scout the flowers, and then they'll start producing honey. We don't know how long that's gonna take, but it typically takes a couple of days. All right. I don't want to start sleeping yet, though. Anyway, guys, for now, thank you for chilling. I have appreciated your company, and I hope that you're enjoying the adventure and looking forward to seeing more. Take care, rock on, and peace out for now. Have a good night and a good sleep, or a good rest of your day, depending on the hemisphere you call home. Keep love alive, live to forgive, and let redemption ride shotgun, and I will see you in episode 3. All right, later, everybody.